Excuse me. Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 21 of Minecraft Eternal by me, your host, Powerboss. Today, I have done a thing. Uh, Not only did I update from 1.4.4 to 1.5 finally, like I said I was going to, um, but I also have a special showcase by one of the modpack devs, Emperor, who has gone overboard, maybe, on the quest line for Thaumcraft. But, uh, given my limited knowledge of Thaumcraft, I hope that in doing this showcase, it will speed along things that you yourself are doing, can do, want to do with Thaumcraft. If you get lost at any time, I will try to take it as slow as possible, because it's new to me too. Well, not new, but I haven't had much experience with Thaumcraft myself. But in addition, supposedly Emperor has made very good descriptions and uh, details of progression through the pack. Once my game logs in, I will go over everything that has been added, and we're going to pick an area somewhere on the map near my base, but a little bit of ways, so that way we can get started with doing Thaumcraft. I will go over the best that I can for things that you're going to need to get started, how to gather some things, and a little tips and tricks here and there that I pick up as I go. There's only one that I know of off the get-go before I get started, and that is once you get your cauldron built, you can put a niter underneath it, which will allow you to have an infinite flame rather than using some sort of other lava source or fire source or something that can be damaging to you or another player, depending on how you build it, but also placing the ever-flowing jar nearby, which is in the manual, so that you can keep your cauldron filled at all times. I will go over good things and bad things about Thaumcraft, and we're going to do quite a bit of lovely things throughout this playthrough. I did, however, get started a little bit on getting some mechanism fusion reactor built. It is started. It is not by any means complete. I've got the fuels producing, 2 out of the 3 that are needed for the mechanism reactor, because I found out when I was logging in to check to make sure that the update took correctly that the power requirements for my digital miner far exceed what I'm making even with 18 fully operational gas generators producing ethylene. So, long story short, my gas gens and all my power sources currently produce about 144 KRF per tick, and a fully functional digital miner makes, or uses rather, about 400 KRF per tick. And I did upgrade my flux storage to a couple of Herculean and Gargantuan storages versus the basic flux storages that I previously had. So, without further ado, let's jump into tonight's episode of Minecraft Eternal. Alright, so as you can see here, I have been doing a few things. I took a little bit of damage. I'm trying to heal up and do a little bit of things back and forth. So we're going to go ahead and get our experience out of our bar. As you can see, I have a few things left over from other things, reactor glass and things like that. I do have my Holcrum or Hallrum built, which is to jumpstart the mech reactor when I get it ready. It is a primer of sorts. I don't know why these shelves keep doing this, I'm going to eventually have to replace those with better bookshelves. I still have 2 free garden cloches down here for producing my essence of whatever I decide to put in there. I haven't decided which essences I want to make just quite yet. I found out that I had a clog in my machines where these last ones each had 1 clean lead slurry, and before it was iron. So yeah, I'm gonna fix that real quick because I don't know why it's doing that. But to fix it, you just take your gauge dropper, open up the inventory, and you're going to left click and it empties it. And then in your hand you shift right click in the air and it empties it completely. So this is nickel. Again, I don't know why it was messing up and doing this. Okay, this one's empty. That one's empty, and that one has copper. But as you can see, all of my machines are now empty and filled. I did have to upgrade my water source over here, so it is now a dense infinite water source. Excuse me. So that will be helpful in the future. All of these machines are empty. My gas generators are back up to full power and production, and as you can see right here, it is putting about 10,000 or so into my storage network for RF. So that is going quite well. Alright, I do have my pig farm going over here. Excuse me. I was able to get pink slime going. As you can see, I have 6 buckets worth here. I changed it from cows to pigs because pigs are fed easier. They take carrots. And if I go back up a floor, I have my garden cloche producing carrots in the plenty over here. So that's good. Alright. If I go into my dark anvil, I did go through each of my armors and added all the empowerment upgrades. I had luckily enough experience to do so. So that is added. Nothing has changed on this floor except the storages. As you can see, I have 1 gargantuan, which holds 128 million, and then 4 8 million Herculean storages. It takes 6 to go up a level. I haven't changed anything here. I stopped my bees temporarily because I will have to go back and continue trying to get the energy bee for later on. And to be fair, bee power is supreme. I finally got a stoneworks factory built, which I have it currently set to producing, well, it itself produces gravel. You can have up to 3 things below it set. As you can see, it's furnace mode, a 2x2 craft, a grind mode, and a 3x3 craft. Excuse me, 4 things that can be set. And if you look into the JEI menu, which I can show you right up here, it tells you what patterns are used to make what material. There's 4 pages worth of it. In addition to that, you can individually set the outputs so that it fills up. As you can see, I have disabled the cobble from coming out. The first one is producing gravel, the second one is producing sand, and if it ever gets to the third one, it's also producing silicone. As you can see over here, I also made a few smooth stone, and then the sand, gravel, silicone, and smooth stone barrels are all infinite upgrades, so they'll just keep producing as fast as possible. I will make a second stoneworks, which is why I left it up here in my hotbar, so that way I can add a second stoneworks factory right here, and then I will make it just producing smooth stone, which, as you can see around my base, is my building material. I will also store that eventually into my dank null tank, which I have not filled back up yet. I haven't really done anything with my AE system as of importance. Just logged in, created some resources. As you can see, my digital miner has been collecting ores quite nicely, and I will eventually take that and take it down to the 5x ore smelting. Speaking of booster cards, these little guys. I need the Ender Pearl Dust. Okay. But mostly everything works. It does have a few hiccups and glitches here and there, but it's not stopping. And of course, up top, I've added a few 4K crafting units so that my CPUs up here are a little bit stronger. If I head outside of my base, which is next, I changed out my mob farm from blaze juggernauts to pink slimes. I caught one so that I can produce it, and just from one spawn, it gave me 4 sacks of 64 and 15 more pink slimes alone. Pink slimes are pretty useful, and I'm going to put this back onto there. I don't know why it's stopping, but you just take a stack of your solidified experience out, drop it into your fluid tank from Ender.io, and it will immediately start spawning them again. I'm not going to do it because I don't feel like an outbreak of pink slime, because they started spawning outside of my mob farm for some reason. My tree farm is still going nice and smoothly. I haven't really touched my tinkers and immersive engineering structures here. I am going to eventually change this to deposit into a steel structure of creosote for storing the liquids rather than this barrel, this iron drum. I do have to reset my settings because I did have things that are not being showing before. I've pretty much fixed my cursed earth farm over here. What the heck is this thing? Penguil. That was annoying. That was a big hit. And for those of you that are wondering and watching this, I built this small cursed earth farm so that way I can farm experience for my shuriken, because I'm trying to get it to the next level after comfortable, which will allow me to erase writable with 2 modifiers, the paper element, and change it for maybe something like either dragon bone or nickel or something else. Look at that. Christmas lights have been added to all the astral sorcery stuff. That's cute. Oh, tiny skeleton with desecrator. Ah, he's in my base. Whew. Why me? Now I got a tiny skeleton running around my base. Alright. Okay, the skeleton disappeared. Well, that's fortunate. But yeah, and the last thing that I wanted to show, just on the other side of my astral sorcery setup, over here, is in this little area over here. I have chunk loaded it as well because it's part of my astral sorcery structure. I'm trying to keep it, excuse me, away from the structure itself because I know that there's another level to this when I can expand it. But as you can see, I have 8 of the electric pumps on this side. They have to be the mechanism pumps. They are being powered by a flux point over there, along with the 2 garden cloches right here and a dense water source right here. And these are all producing heavy water, which is in turn filling up this ultimate tank. As you see, it is going up slowly. And then the electrolytic separator is venting out the oxygen and storing what it's making, which is deuterium. I am going to have to fill up all of these tanks before I first launch my mechanism fusion reactor. But in addition, I'm also over here on this side with these garden cloches using lithium seeds, which are then turning from the seed essence into the lithium ingots. It creates 3 from 8. Then the 3 get put through a manufactory, which gives me lithium dust. Lithium dust is then going into a chemical oxidizer, which is turning into a liquid, and then the liquid is going into the solar neutron activators, which only work during the daytime, which will then produce tritium. And I have more of these ultimate gas tanks, which is going to pull from these, and it is going to fill up a few more of the gas tanks with the solar neutron reactor. I am also going to add another ultimate gas tank below here and have this also export downwards. And the two of these, the solar neutron reactors creating the tritium, and these ultimate gas tanks that are storing the deuterium, which is going to be needed somewhere around right here to make DT fuel, which is the catalyst for the structure. The structure itself is a 5x5x5 diamond geode. So there's no other structure that, or no other setup for the structure that will work. It has to be made that way. And I went through my nether portal, and luckily immediately on the other side is a hell biome, is where my portal spawned in, so that's lucky. Hopefully I will get some ancient debris, and eventually once I get my reactor itself set up, over on this side back here I'm going to put the lasers so that I can jumpstart this. And the lasers don't have to be chunk loaded, only because, well, let's face it, I'm not going to be hopefully having to restart the mech reactor constantly. But if I need to, it's not like it's going to be a while. I'm going to use more than one laser, of course. It has a little bit of a cooldown and some other stuff to go along with it, but we will get to that when we get to that. So for now, we're just going to empty our inventory of those things. Okay then, we got experience that we can add into here. Now, to be fair, if I really wanted to get a whole bunch of experience, I can just go and take out like 2 or 3 stacks from here, and I have plenty to use. I still have the bug where I can't click twice to withdraw. But it's not like it is super difficult to click somewhere else and then click back again. I don't know why it's doing it. But I have to click elsewhere before it'll let me click on that again. As long as I click on someplace different, it'll let me withdraw more. And I can just deposit into my books, so I have experience on hand. I used the experience that I had in my book originally for doing my empowerment upgrades on my armors, which, as you saw from that little mini skeleton right there, did absolutely nothing to reduce the damage. So that was a little painful. Alrighty then. So, here's where the fun stuff begins. Now that I'm in 1.5 nothing of Minecraft Eternal, we're going to go over a few things. First, I want to go over the player shop. Okay? In the player shop, there has been about 5 patterns added. As you can see, you know, once you get the digital miner, you can actually just buy one rather than crafting a whole new one. There's still one thing locked for me here. I don't know how to unlock it yet. In the Magical Emporium, you now have the Curiosity, Eldritch Curiosity, which is for Thaumcraft. And of course, if you just look over everything, it'll tell you which ones are or are not for Thaumcraft. There's 5 of them. Six of them. 6 curiosities. So you have these 5 right here, and then you have the one up a little bit. Okay? Then you have your enchanted books, which hasn't changed. You have your adventurer's tools, which has not yet changed. Tavern has not changed. The oddities have not changed, and then you only need the weapon Kikoku, which is one of the best swords in the game, if not the best sword in the game, depending on your playstyle, of course. That it requires both of these to unlock it. Or excuse me, requires this to unlock these two. Precarious goods has nothing. You have to use Mage Hunter. I'll show you where that is and what to do for it. And then, of course, the black market, where the best thing is the extraterrestrial cache, the Chunky Cheese token, and the unclaimed black market containers. Yeah, and a couple of other things. And then, of course, you have to do all of the introduction quest line so that this gets unlocked. So, first thing I'm going to show, well, I have a quest to claim. Right down here in Advanced Science. Because I picked my manufactory back up because I made that ages ago. Next thing is going to be an alloy furnace, tough alloy, nuclear craft stuff this way. I already have this, which is kind of weird because it goes off in the distance. It says, need an explanation on nuclear craft. You can check out Fusion Fission and the Nuclear Craft Developers YouTube channel. Okay. That can probably just be moved out here, but that's not for me to decide. Then, of course, you can do all your nuclear craft machines over this way. I am not too familiar with nuclear craft, so I will be holding off on doing this, at least for the time being. I just know that you make big multi-block structures that have to be cooled. There's several different ways of cooling, and as long as you keep the temperature cooled enough, you'll be able to essentially generate massive amounts of power for somewhat of a structure size, plus being able to work on irradiating yourself and killing yourself with radiation poisoning unless you know how to counteract it. Let's see. So we're going to go down the tabs here. Introduction, nothing has changed. As you can see, this is how far I've currently gotten. Player shop, nothing has really changed here. It looks like magic crystals have been added as a drop to sell, but you have to complete Essence of Magic. So I don't know where that's at. Farming and agriculture, we've progressed a little bit, but there's still plenty more to do here. Mirror position, this is mine colonies, that's over my hill. Exploration, always come in here and accept this, even if you don't plan to actually seek these out, because you never know when you'll come across a rifter or something that, you know, just something that you need to kill. You don't have to do these in any particular order. A few of these will only be visible after you do the first thing, so it's good to always have them active. As you see, Ring of the Flying Squid, we need to make that. It's not too difficult. We have everything we need except for the golden lasso with the squid in it. And of course the chicken wing ring, which will require a golden lasso with a chicken in it. But we can start working towards that soon-ish. Dimensions, I've been to the Ratlantis, but I haven't really done too much exploring there. This is for Midnight. This is where the Rifters come out of. I haven't gone there yet. There's not too many quests here. And to be fair, it's beautiful and the stuff's good, but that's really about it, other than maybe getting the cooked stinger eggs. There's the Twilight Forest, which we've opened up over here. I've only basically gone in, gotten a few materials, and gotten out. I haven't started the quest line there yet. That's one of the things that I want my shuriken to be upgraded for. Then there's the Between Lands, which is all of this right here. Teeny tiny, not too much there. And then, of course, going to Limbo, where you die in the RF Tools dimension by falling into the void. And then when you're in that dimension, being able to not slash home and get out of there and find your way back to the overworld. And to be fair, we have a few dimension doors around us that we could probably go exploring eventually and maybe get, these two things done. I'm going to skip over the magic and spellcasting for the moment. As you can see, Legendary Artifacts has its own quests. Introduction to Science has not changed very much. Advanced Science you just saw, that's the nuclear craft stuff, that hasn't changed. We'll come back to Space and Exploration because that's tabbed. I've almost got everything that I need here. And this Mystical Agriculture quest is important because after you get that, if you go down to the unlockables, it unlocks your diamond seeds. Now in 1.5 it has been fixed where the recipe will no longer show inside your crafting menu for the seeds for diamond, gold, and blaze unless you complete the corresponding quest chapter, which is the introduction for the wireless crafting terminal, the mare position available for the creative collar for taming a dog, which is the mine colonies here, the advanced science chapter, which allows you to get a piece of bedrock. What you want to do with that, who knows? One thing you could do is maybe put it above ground rather than traveling all the way down to Y1, so that way you can farm flux. And then a creative cheese by completing a secret, which will instantly tame rats when you come across them. You have to do the exploration chapter, which is here for the blaze seeds. Gold seeds is the farming, which we are working on. And then, of course, the mystical agriculture, which we're closest on, will get us our diamonds. Now, gold and diamonds are really important. Blaze, not so much. The ebony Psy-metal chestplate by completing a secret. Don't know what that is just quite yet, but mainly the Psy-eater is a good trait to pull off of this and make it your own armor. And then, of course, the Nether Star Sandwich, also from completing a secret, which is very tasty. It's 5 Nether Stars and a piece of bread inside a sandwich maker, which I have right over here. I just don't have the Nether Stars for it, but we have our Wither Farm. If we wanted to, we can go ahead and do that quite easily. Now, oops, wrong one. Going back to space exploration. Okay, in this, it has different tabs. Okay, as you can see, it says Advanced Rocketry Guide. Emperor Dog himself has written it. It says the quest line will be a simplified version of the guide. You may want to refer to this guide or the MCE Eternal Discord for further help. Click on the check mark, and it gives you a link. Okay, you have to accept the fair warning. It says foes in the world beyond here are stronger than you remember. Minecraft Eternal has extremely buffed anything in space and beyond. Case in point, look at Banshees. Most things in the overworld, Nether, are already buffed beyond belief. They pale in comparison to what is Moon and beyond. Then you also have to do some assembly required. It says some of the machines used to reach space are more costly than you may otherwise know. Case in point, the Hollow Projector. This is the first quest that you'll need to get started, and basically this will help you build all the structures to go all the way up to the last one. I'm not going to do the advanced rocketry yet, but when I do, I will go over all of these in great detail. Primordium is still not included as of yet. You have the Moon. As you can see, it has its own bounties. And you have the funky ones. These two, however, you could also do in Ratlantis, just so you know. Getting them on the moon is probably a little difficult. And the Ratlantian spirits... No, never mind. Forget what I was going to say. You visit the moon. It says, I wonder what happened to the Ratlantians. Once you visit there, it'll automatically give you an extraterrestrial cache and 500 coins. Uncover an ancient boss summoning altar. I have not been to the moon, so I cannot begin to describe and guide anybody on these yet. But do know that once we get there, I will do the best that I can. Blocks of emerald, dilithium crystals, creative rat upgrade, the immortal rat. Says, I've only heard of tales of such power. Says it cannot take damage except from the owner. You get that as a reward from the billionaire, along with, I assume, most of all these. Creative Combiner, which allows you to take any two rat components and make them into one. It does work with combining more than one, but you have to do one at a time, which means you need the resources to do it. Black Death is the black cloak guy that wanders around with the rats. He's not too difficult to kill. All you gotta do is get some height on him, but if you try to fight him head on, be prepared for a lot of pain because he has plague rats with him. Capitalism, and beheading. We'd have to throw that into our tinkers in order to see what that is. It's just basically a strong sword, 19.88 damage. Soul Vial, Entity Bill Gates, whatever that is, and Steve Ballmer, whatever that is. And a generic loot crate with 2 locks and an inventory size of 27 from Treasure 2. I believe you can use that to put things into it. Cheese set, extraterrestrial artifacts, rare moon artifacts, and corruption set. Also note on the challenges, if you can manage to stay alive long enough, you do get the Last Death Scythe, which is a pretty strong weapon. Death. You can take that and you can strip all of the enchantments off of it and put that onto an Ender Mark II, your Kiku, or how do you pronounce it? Kikoku. Tongue twister. But the more important thing from this is you get 3 black market crates, and you also get a creative modifier for your Tinker's Construct stuff. I've already done the time as played. That's how I got the 1 creative modifier that I had currently. Killing things, I've only killed about 1,000 enemies. Killing things, unfortunately, in a mob spawner does not count, I don't think. And then whatever the hell getting 1,000 rubber chickens for the legendary rubber chicken does. It has debilitating 7, which is a good enchantment to pull off, and another creative modifier. And of course you have all the little things in the middle. Inventory Pet Master, B-Dex, Dragon Slayers. Just, you can look through all of these. I've only added 28,000 stuff to my ME storage. I could probably get very close to the 90,000. I'm not going to attempt that. I'm just going to let it occur naturally. Animals bred, items enchanted, and the quest 3.5 million that I messed up, where I deposited a little bit into the quest already, 38,000 of the 3.5 million. It gives you Nether Star seeds, a couple loot rewards, and an unclaimed black market container. We're not getting that much money yet, but we will get that. And of course you can look through all this. There's the octuple compressed cobblestone, which will allow you to get a creative storage upgrade, near infinite storage for any one storage drawer, I believe, and a black market container. We've killed no withers. Because we didn't physically do it, we have a mob spawner doing it. The Kiku is a sword that looks like this. It also gives you a creative cheese. But basically the Kiku looks like this. It comes with 14. It's made with 2 opinion cores and a living divining rod, which you can get from the extraterrestrial cache. And if you go to the Erebus, here's these quests. Aurorian, these quests. And Atom, these quests. Now, while all these are fine and dandy, so I was informed that the recipes for the diamond seeds and gold seeds are not craftable, period. You can only get them once by doing the quest, so don't lose them. The Nether Star sandwich cannot be created normally, period. And apparently the creative combined rat upgrade has a limit of 27 upgrades, but it can be freely edited on the fly. So that's good to know as well. But now for what you've all been waiting for. Most of the unlockables quests are repeatable. These? Well, yeah, but in completing the chapters, you kind of can't. Because once you do the introduction chapter, that's it. It's done. 3 secrets, maybe. But anything completing a chapter, you know, you're kind of only going to get those once. So that's a little bit of a lie. And the creative color seems to be an exception. Well, yeah, because you can always clear out the chapter, I guess. Once you've done the chapter, the quest is available. Oh, I see how it is. So basically, once you complete it, you pay the 80,000 and you can get it over and over again. Okay, my mistake. 40,000 for that one, 25,000 for the blaze, 80,000 for that. Okay, I see how it is. You pay for it after the quest becomes unlocked. My mistake. So, now for what you've all been waiting for. If you look down here in the lower left, you can see that I've done a few electric blobs wizardry up on this section. A little bit of bewitchment over in this side. I haven't done any totems yet. Some vampires down here. And over here is the natural aura stuff. And then, of course, all of Britannia is up in this center section. Everything that was added was all this up here. It is all of Thumbcraft. It is 117 quests, give or take. I think it's 117. I think I counted it that right. So yeah, this is what we're going to be working on today. Wait, what happened? What was supposed to be shown that the patch didn't fix? Oh, okay. So I was informed earlier that in this entire section, each of the quests have different shapes to their quest bubbles. Like this is a diamond, this is a heart, this is a pentagon, octagon, etc. Some circles. Um, the there's a few optional key quests that, while they are optional, will greatly help with things. For some reason, the patch that I applied did not take, but all of this will be fixed and is all coming in the next update, whenever the devs decide to roll it out, when bugs and fixes are worked through. Curiosities. I'll come across it eventually. But while mine does not show it correctly, do note that it is going to be fixed. Whether it's on my stream or not, I will work on it. But by the time the next patch comes out, when this actually gets implemented, things will be there. This is just kind of a side thing. It says, unfortunate, better luck next time, read description. Unfortunately, there's some minor bugs associated with certain bits of research, notably the examine fire very closely task in basic oromancy. It won't register if you're a vampirism vampire. There's not really any way around it besides reverting to being a normal human or using commands, so here's a command to fix if you need it. So if you're a vampire, here you go. He did also say that there are quests in here that have a monolith of text, including one of them somewhere that is now the longest in the pack. So let's see if I can find a big one. Yeah, there's a big one. I'm not going to read it all right now. And of course you can always search through it yourself when you get to this point. If you haven't started doing Thaumcraft yet, because of whenever this update rolls out, I will recommend, my personal recommendation, do not do anything with Thaumcraft until you get the quest line, because there are some things that will be annoying, like crafting your crucible, where you're going to have to do everything over again if you update to this patch, but you've already started your Thaumcraft. So, for those of you who enjoy Thaumcraft, have trouble with Thaumcraft, or just can't wait to get into Thaumcraft, my recommendation is just to wait a little bit. Devs do not give an ETA. Neither do the mod pack maker, so you'll just have to check the Discord and bear with them. He said this quest right here is supposed to be a different shape. It's not supposed to be a circle. Research by discovery. So, just so you know, well, it's not a circle. It is a hexagon. But that's why I'm showcasing it, because things that get found out like this, they can be fixed. Made my lexicon book, Tania book, says read the frickin' manual. But Tania's guidebook is practically the gold standard of in-game documentation for Minecraft mods. As said above, it's incredible, a ton of details that won't be gone over about in this guide. If you want to learn more about it, explore the Lexica Botania itself. The quest line will also tell you to check it at certain points to do things. It's very important for you to do, because the Lexica has essential information for the related item. Just so that we can get that going. Petal Apothecary is not hard to make. We will get into Botania later, though. So, without further ado, and without me yabbering on even more, let's get into Thaumcraft, shall we? So, obviously we have to start on the first quest. It says, gather any of the Thaumcraft crystals you might find while mining, and go to sleep for a while. And go for a sleep after. Who knows what one's subconscious mind may conjure. Now, we've already gathered crystals, so for us, we just need to go in here and just grab a few. So we're just going to go ahead and take out a stack and put it back. Okay, quest completed, a dream of magic. So, gets us gold and small loot of iron ore. We'll take it. Then it says Thaumaturgist salt. Sprinkle a little here, sprinkle a little over a crafting table. Oh, how I love sparkles, how to craft, sleep and read the book. So it wants us to get Salus Mundus. It says to create Salus Mundus, take 3 V crystals of different types, combine them with redstone dust by crafting them with a flint and a bowl. Okay? So we're going to take 3 different crystals, redstone, and a flint and bowl. So we're just going to grab it. Let's grab 1 Ordu, because we have most of that. We got Ignis, and we have air. Okay, then we're going to need redstone. Just 1. Flint. We have plenty. Wait, that's flint and steel, excuse me. We need flint. Almost made a mistake there. And then the last thing we need is a bowl. We have 5. So that's perfect. So now if we take all these and we just stick them into here, it does not matter the order within the crafting table. You can move it around and it'll just make it. And there you go, Salus Mundus. We're going to leave that there because we're going to need more than Salus Mundus, just 1. Okay, we're going to go through this slowly. So we got it. It says sprinkle a little over here, over a crafting table. First it says sprinkle a little over a crafting table. Oh, how I love sparkles. How to craft, sleep, and read the book. So we're going to take our Salus Mundus and deposit this iron ore. And luckily we have a spare crafting table sitting right here. In order to sprinkle it, really. Right. Okay, so I jumped the gun a little bit. I have to get the Thaumanomicon book first. Okay, it is not one of the standard Akashic tomes. So, we're just going to have to make one. Let's not use that. And yes, I know I'm going to need a few more piles of Salus Mundus. Nope, 8. Okay. Maybe I have to go to sleep. Yeah, sleep and read the book. I need to make the book. There we go. Thaumonomicon. Why does it not have a crafting recipe? Hmm. No, Thaumonomicon's not there either. Dash themselves Mundus on a bookshelf to begin your journey. Reading the Thaumonomicon is essential for us. Okay, so I didn't jump the gun, I just did it wrong. I need to make myself a bookshelf. Alright, we're just going to make ourselves a plain bookshelf. Okay, plain bookshelf. There we go. Let's see here. You know what? We can just put it right there. There you go. Just right click it and it does it. Server gave you Lost Magic Research and its requisites. Okay. Alrighty then. I'm a boob. Alright, so you get a loot reward, some coins. I got a rock cutter, a special surprise, and this reward fixes a weird bug conflict with lost magic. Okay. So the rock cutter has silk touch. I don't know what it's actually used for, but we'll store it and deal with it later. This is a letter from expert thaumaturge Emperor. Full of yourself much? It gives protection 1. To any novice thaumaturge, you may receive this. If you're not ready to read a bunch, you shouldn't be looking here. If you want some help with Thaumcrafts, come and stop by the Discord and you talk directly to him. Alright. Now the Akashic Tome. Oh, what happened? That was weird. Oh, I see what was happening. Let's see. Let's come back up here. Okay. In order to put it into your Akashic Tome, you just put them together. And there you go. And then when you go to open it, there you go. Alright, so here's the book. Notice that you have about 6 things right here. You got a tab over here and a tab over here. Drop and pick up the Thomicon. Uh-oh. Did I do a mistake? Oh, okay. All he was saying was this up here should be glowing. It is not glowing, but it does have a star next to it. And as you zoom out, it's got a nice little background, and it's just got this little lost magic, newly discovered research in the book. It says, some avenues of research don't seem to fit neatly into established categories. Sometimes they're too weird, too forbidden, too spooky, or just too sinful for this sweet earth. I could probably just stick any researches that don't fit into other categories into this section of my Thomicon. Thaumonomicon. Says this is some kind of magic spell. Okay. If you press your E button, it backs out. If you click back onto the Fundamentals tab, come back over here. First steps, missing required research. Okay. So first things first, let's get this protection scroll away. And we can put away this rock cutter. And we're going to look at the next quests. Oh, we do also know that we need at least one more Salus Mundus. Which we can't do yet. Okay. So first thing it says, Tome of Sharing optional. It says giving notes. A Tome of Sharing can be used to share your research with others. Sneak right click with it to write a copy of your research to it. Others can then right click with it to gain the research stored inside the tome. If needed, it can be cleared by simply crafting it with it alone. Since we don't have anybody that we're playing with, this is not needed, but for those of you that play on servers, this is very handy information. It says, first things first, researching for answers. The path forward is not always clear and is sometimes flawed. Read the description. Thaumcraft 6's research, a controversial topic, that's why we provided an alternative solution. You can purchase the various curiosities from the coin shop so you don't have to play the dreaded research minigame. To create a research table, right-click a table from Thaumcraft with scribing tools. So, let's make some scribing tools. In table, let's do it this way. Thumb table. Research table. Wood table, here we go. Simple enough. So now we're going to decide where we want to put this table at. You know what, let's go and do this upstairs. Yeah, nice little section of wall over here that we just put it on. So we're going to just put it right there. Or no, scribing tools. There, and it turns into the research table. Okay. Last thing that we need is 16 papers. We know we have that. We can get that easy. We have 19. But we're going to also make more, because why not? I'll have to go down and get more of my sugar cane. Luckily I started growing it, so there is plenty here somewhere. Here we go. Yeah, we got 41,000. Let's take out a whole bunch. Okay. And that'll get us more than enough paper for however much we need. At least for a while. Now, as you can see, I put the paper in the upper right side. It says create theory. This shows you the durability of your scribing tools, and there's 5 little light bulbs here. So we're going to go over what those all mean. So we got that, gives us 50 coins, and we move on. Now it says research aids. I shall aid you in your quests. Read the description. Certain blocks can be placed near your research table and selected to increase the weight of specific card types in your next round of research. They are as follows. If you place a bookshelf, you will get Fundamentals, Crucible, Alchemy, Arcane Workbench, Artifice, Rune Matrix, Infusion, Golem Press, Golemancy, Brain Energar, Eldritch, plus Special Card. Which, eventually when we get to wanting to build these things around it, we're going to take our handy-dandy little research table and we're going to move it up a few stairs because we have a nice big open floor plan, or we can go down into the basement and we can do it down there. As a matter of fact, let's do that. It'll give us something to use this room that I've cleared out down here for. Why not? Right over in this area. Got plenty of space to do things with it. So first let's place our table back down. Let's just do it right there. We're going to stick our scribing tools up here and our paper back up over here. Okay. Now then, we know about that. We're just checking it off. So first things first, says optional. Research by discovery. The various curiosities from Thaumcraft can be consumed to grant a research progress to the user in both observations and theories. Additionally, each type of curiosity is more weighted towards a different research category from base Thaumcraft, and there's some handy-dandy tooltips in MCE Eternal that give you this info. As stated in this description of researching for answers, these curiosities can be purchased from the coin shop in MCE Eternal. If we just go up here to the shop, we go back to the Magical Emporium portion, I showed you the 6 curiosities. We have the Eldritch Curiosity, and then you have all of these other curiosities. So we're going to go ahead and buy 1 stack of each. This one gives 4, and then each of these give 4. Okay? And if you look, it gives you the description, says more likely to give you a specific type of research. Okay? Let's just get these off our hotbar. Alrighty then. Now that we have them, it gives us a little bit of a reward. We got a fan. Put that away. Okay then, continuing on. So the next 2 things are an Arcane Workbench and Am I Still Sane? Now if you notice, this does branch off into this whole path over here, and this one branches off and goes that way. So Am I Still Sane? Sanity checker. It says he screams for he does not know. There are little quips and quotes in here that will give how you say, hints at famous movie clips or things like that. I'll show you one example that's pretty early on. I'll let you figure out the rest for yourself. It says a sanity checker is a useful tool for any thaumaturge wishing to delve deeper into the arts. It allows you to see your warp level while held. The warp bar displays up to 100 points of warp and is, rather infuriatingly, 48 pixels tall. Dark purple, a permanent warp. You can't get rid of it normally, but it only comes from forbidden research. A regular purple warp is normal sticky warp. It can be removed using a sanity soap. And a light purple is temporary warp. It will go away over time, and all of it on you can be instantly removed with sanity soap. In order to create this, we need our arcane workbench first. So how do we get the arcane workbench? There's no crafting pattern. But remember, I was trying to do the workbench before. Let's go ahead and grab it and bring it down with us, since we're going to do our Thaumcraft down there. I would also like to point out that while I'm doing this in my base, not everything in Thaumcraft you want to do in your base, at least especially in the early goings. So first things first, we're just going to stick this right over here. Now we're going to take that Salus Mundus that we made earlier, why isn't it letting me do it? You're supposed to be able to sprinkle that onto there and /TC research first steps. Of course I don't have permission to use the command. Okay, so basically what I did was I put it into my Akashic Tome. What you want to do is drop your Thaumonomicon first and pick it back up before you put it into your Akashic Tome. So just keep that in mind. My game's buggy. Oh gee, thanks. There we go. It was that command that did it. So just for those of you who don't get the first steps research, or excuse me, advancement, if you do this command, /Thaumcraft TC research at P, which is player, or more specifically you as the player, and then in all capitals first steps, it will give you what you need for the advancement. If you look here, Thaumcraft is somewhere. Did I pass it? Huh. Okay. I don't know where it shows it. I guess Thaumcraft does not have an advancement thingy here. Well then. But now if we go back into the Akashic Tome and we look, Now things are starting to light up. As you can see, first steps, it says, well, I'm not going to read all this, but thermometer, as you can see, it takes all the 6 crystals, 4 gold bars, and a glass pane of sorts, and a 20V cost. That'll get us a thermometer. Now, when you do this, I would recommend that you get 2, and you'll see why as I progress through. Salus Mundus, it shows you the pattern. Arcane Stone, this will come in later. It's any sort of stone type thing and any sort of V crystal in the center. And then the Arcane Stone brick is just 4 arcane stones, but you get 4 bricks for the same thing. If you look over here, aspects of Essentia, there's nothing there. If you look at knowledge tools, there's nothing there. Okay. Now as we back out, if we go back up here, it says types of knowledge, newly discovered research. There are 2 types of knowledge, observations and theories. They are further subdivided into the main research categories like alchemy and artifice. Observations are notes, discoveries you have made in the real world by scanning objects. Practical observation often give insights into how things work and by keeping field notes of those observations, you will slowly build a solid base of knowledge to work from. Theories, in a nutshell, are ways of understanding things through careful observation, rational thought, and practical experimentation. Much of thaumaturgical research requires crafting theories to better understand research categories. And again, aspects of Essentia is blank. Okay, so the first thing it says, theory crafting. Says, for me to make any progress as a thaumaturge, I cannot rely simply on studying the world around me or stumbling upon ancient knowledge. I will need to make my own discoveries and expand my knowledge through experimentation. Crafting my own theories is the only way. I will need to create a comfortable workspace to do my research with ample supplies like writing materials and paper. I should craft some scribing tools and place it upon a table. As you can see, it wants you to get the research table, which we did right over there. Craft the scribing tools, put it in there, and if we complete this, it changes. It says, now that I have a workspace, I should start performing some research. I can now formulate theories on how to manipulate magic to my own ends. Firstly, I should make sure the table has plenty of paper, have ample ink for my scribing tools, and I can now choose to start researching my theory. At the top of the page, I will see how much inspiration represented by the light bulbs is available to me for this round of research. When I do, a stack of papers will appear on the left. If I select them, I will be given a choice of 2 research paths I can follow. Each route will state what knowledge will be granted to me, divided between 1 or more research categories. Some of the choices will require items. Items marked with a golden exclamation mark will be consumed if the card is chosen. Normally I will only be able to pursue research categories that I have unlocked, though I am sure I might occasionally be able to discover completely new avenues of research. I can keep drawing to further my knowledge. I should know, however, that each choice I make will cost some of my inspiration. Once I run out of the research will be completed, the amount of initial inspiration available to me will increase as my knowledge of magic increases. My progression in research categories is shown as a percentage. 100% completion represents 1 full theory. Getting less than 100% in a category still counts, however, and will be added to your current knowledge. Once you complete your research, it is possible to get more than 100% in a category. Only the highest category will get the full bonus, however. All others will lose 33% of their total. Research aids, a bit of scattershot, direct research with use of research aid, which, as we saw by the quest list, there's like 6 things that we can add next to it. You can select it here. Okay. If we go to the wooden table, that's how to craft it. If we go to the scribing tools, that's how you craft that. And it shows you different patterns. And this one is just showing that as you use the scribing tool durability, you can use dye or any sort of black pigments or inks to refill the scribing tools. Again, aspects of Essentia, empty. Knowledge tools, empty. But now that we've read and done theory crafting and completed it, you can do celestial observation. I have noticed a link between phases of the moon and the speed at which the aura replenishes itself. I should investigate this phenomenon further and even expand my investigation to see other heavenly bodies influence magic. A few minor tweaks to my thermometer should be able to take it To take measurements from objects in the sky, I should carry some paper and scribing tools with me so I can take notes. Measuring the same body or quadrant of the sky more than once a day will not give me new insights. I need to study them over and over time to measure changes in their aural influence. The notes I gather should come in handy for theory crafting. As you see, observation fundamentals, observation artifice, and observation oromancy. So it recommends that we carry scribing tools on us. So we're going to go ahead and create ourselves another set of scribing tools. So here we go. We're going to create more paper. We're just going to keep an entire stack on us at all times. And now we're going to go ahead and create our thermometer. Okay, so we need 8 gold ingots, 2 glass panes, and all 6 of the crystals. So we're going to first grab our 6 crystals. If you have in VIS, it just shows them all, because they are all these crystals. This is Ordo, Ignis, Air, Aqua, Terra, and Perdicio. We're just going to take 1 stack of each out for now. Okay. Now we're going to go and for the first time look at our arcane workbench. As you can see, it's got spaces all around in 6 points. Okay. Okay. So now we need to grab our gold. We just need 8. 2 glass panes. And we're going to go ahead and create ourselves what we need here. Now, as you can see, it lights them all up. It says 19 Viz, 2% discount. I think I got something on my dark steel armor that gave me a discount, but I have 185 available. We're going to go ahead and create one, and then we're going to create a second one. As you can see, we got Magic is Everywhere completed for the quest. So now if we go back and look, hey, not only do we have the arcane workbench, which gives us another conductive iron jetpack, which is not really useful. We've also gone ahead and done the next one. The thermometer is an enchanted lens used to observe mystical energies inherent to many things in the world. Try scanning every new item and being you come across, especially those of thaumic origin. And it just gives us gold. So before we go much anywhere else, get that away. Let's see. We're going to go ahead and put this in our hand. I'm going to throw down our Akashic Tome, and you're just going to right-click to scan everything. When it's something that has an inventory, you have to shift right-click it. So just keep that in mind. But you're going to scan everything. So let's just go ahead and walk around scanning real quick. It is also best if you just hold your shift and just go over everything. As you see, I'm just racking up a whole bunch of things scanned. Okay, that's everything on this floor. Up we go. Okay, not too much to scan there. Oop, little bit lag. It'll take a minute when you first do this, by the way, as you can tell. Also note that when you scan in a container, it will scan all the contents in the container as well. But also notice, because I'm holding it down, I'm going over things 2 or 3 times, because sometimes it won't pick it up the first time you do it. Okay. Almost done. We got to go outside and do some out there, and then we will continue on. I like scanning everything because observations are always handy. Almost done. Okay, that's everything. Unless there's some over here to scan. Yes, I know I'm probably overkilling with the observations doing this, but, you know, it's better to be safe than sorry, right? Okay, now that's everything. Whoa, what the heck? That is one zippy dude. And he just vanished. What the hell? Well, that was certainly startling, to say the least. The mob farm was more dangerous than you thought. That's not my mob farm. That's my cursed earth farm. It's because the little half-sized, half-pint mobs that spawn in there seem to jump and leap out. Alright. Oh, and I still got that on me. Oh well. I wonder. Ah, don't forget to do that too, people. Throw your thermometer down and scan it as well. You know what? Let's do. Okay. It's worth a shot. Alright, so back to our quest line here. Okay, so the first thing it wants us to do is thermic pavements. It says paving the way. Paving stones of travel will apply speed 2, jump boost 2 to living beings standing on it for great roads. Or excuse me, great for roads. Barrier stones will prevent any living beings besides players from passing over it, useful for keeping creatures in and out of certain spaces. Which might be helpful for that mob farm, come to think of it. So it needs 4 arcane stone bricks and some Terra and Ervis crystals, V crystals, excuse me. Missing the research for the arcane paving stones. Also for the barrier stone, it's the same thing, but it takes Ignis and Ordo. So that's going to have to wait just a little bit. But now that we have the thermometer, or whatever it is, I can't talk. Now we can see if we have 2 zombie brains, 3 breast nuggets, and a mirrored glass. Now the mirrored glass we do not have. So for that we need any sort of stained glass, it looks like, and a quicksilver. So let's see here. I know we have quicksilver. Not too many, but we have some. And panes. Let's see if we use a regular pane. If not, let's go ahead and use a cyan. Okay, so quicksilver. Okay, that doesn't change. Now, you do have to have the research available first. So, right now, we haven't done any theory crafting yet. If we look back in our book, it now says that we can complete celestial observation. We actually didn't do it. Basically, every day, look in the 4 cardinal directions up on the sky and scan just the sky. It says, I have noticed the link between the phases of the moon, speed at which the orb replenishes itself. I should investigate this phenomenon further and even expand my investigation to see if other heavenly bodies influence magic. Now, as you can see, we now have aspects of Essentia. So if we have any Vacuos or Tenebrae, we can get Alienus. The primal is air. And then of course you can just look through all these yourself. They're pretty self-explanatory what they are, and now that you've started Thaumcraft, you can now see these symbols and know what they mean. Now if you look at this shows your knowledge totals. This is where those curiosities come in handy. Okay, but now see that's not blinking anymore. Ores. It says there are many unique ores and mineable blocks that are useful to thaumaturge. I should make note of all that I come across. The reddish ore found in deep underground when smelted produces quicksilver. So we have cinnabar. Or at least we should. Yeah, we got 13. Also, if I'm not mistaken, we do have another whole bunch of cinnabar up there. So if we need it, we can make it. Okay. Now it says discovering alchemy. Brewing simple potions has its uses, but true alchemical interactions require more than mixing a few amounts of parts together. I think Essentia holds a key to a much more sophisticated way of manipulating matter. I should try to learn more about alchemy and how it fits in a magical world. Armed with that knowledge and a little bit of inspiration, I'm sure thaumaturgic alchemy will be within my grasp. As you can see, I've already done observation of alchemy and fundamentals, so I could just complete that. Again, it changes. My recent discoveries have given me a new insight into how the world is put together, and I think I might know a way to transform matter by altering its essentia. This will require experimentation with something to hold the alchemical substrate. A simple brewing stand will not do. What I need is a mystical crucible. A cauldron is the right shape and size, but what effectively a big metal bowl will never be able to hold the magical energies I wish to manipulate. Once again, applying some Salus Mundus to a cauldron should resolve my problems. So, we need to go all the way back up, because we still have the pattern for Salus Mundus on our crafting table within our simple storage network. We just need to pull another one out for now. And then we need to look and see if we have a cauldron. Or just make one. Okay, we just need to make one. Not terribly difficult. And don't forget, after you place it, scan it. Now, because I have this little handy-dandy hole right here, I'm going to actually put this there. And I will explain why later. Excuse me. So we're going to scan it. Bingo. Now we're going to take our Salus Mundus, sprinkle it. And as you can see, it changes. Quite nice. Now be careful. Anything that you're holding in your hand, if you click in the wrong spot, this will destroy it. So be careful how you click on the crucible. Okay. It says, now I have my crucible, now I need something to experiment with. I happen to have the perfect thing. I spent many a late night studying thaumaturgy, and flickering torchlight is not the best thing to read by. A steady magical light is exactly what I need now. Glowstone is a steady source of light, but I require large handfuls of it for a light source, and it lacks style. I'm sure I can alter it into something better. Crucible needs to be placed over a source of heat and filled with water. Once the water boils, I can start adding things I need. I have jotted down a recipe that I think will have great substance. I have named Niter. A small core of energized glowstone empowered with energy, fire, and light should burn forever. It should be naturally buoyant, however, allowing it to be placed wherever I choose, even floating in midair. I simply need to find objects with the required essentia. Pressing shift while hovering over an item might help here, and throw them into the crucible. The crucible will render them down into their constituent essentia. I might not be able to gather the exact combination of essentia required, but if there are enough of the types I need, everything should be fine. Once I have enough, all I need to do is throw in the catalyst, in this case a handful of glowstone dust. If all goes well, the glowstone will absorb the essentia and transform into niter. I'm not sure what will happen to the excess essentia, but I can only assume it will eventually dissolve harmlessly. Shift right click with an empty hand to empty a crucible. Each crafting operation will consume some of the water, so you will have to replenish it now and again. So, yellow niter. What it wants is 10 Ignis, 10 Lux, and 10 Potentia, and a piece of glowstone dust to ignite it. So, here's where the challenging part comes in. First, you need to find things that have Potentia. Let's do Lux first. So if you look and hold shift, everything here shows a candle. The candle is how you know it has Lux in it. Or just has Lux in the name. But as you can see, the file of Lux Essentia holds 10 on its own. We have the 10 Lux crystals, or excuse me, we don't have the 10 Lux crystals, so we don't have the luxury of just going straight to that. Let's see here. There was a way to look it up better. But basically you can just type in Lux. No, that's not it. There you go. Anything that has air and Ignis will create Lux. About to get bonked by research requests. If there's no output, you don't have the proper research. Reading the alchemy quest descriptions and the quest line is important. They give info that's useful for not screwing it up. Read the quest. They have very important deets for this part. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Okay, so he wants me to go back to the quest line, which we have to collect our quest anyway for the Crucible. It says, dash themselves one of those cauldron. Okay, it says, note that each individual item converted will consume essentia. So you don't expect to get 5 niter for the price of 10 Ignis, Potentia, and Lux. Avoid holding valued items in your hand when working one of these. with one of these. You don't want to turn your precious weapon into Essentia, do you? So basically, if you're not planning excuse me, on using whatever's in your hand, you want to make sure that you're always using an open hand whenever you're dealing around the crucible, because like it said, you can throw it in there and it'll be gone forever. Okay? It says the flux of magic. All actions have consequences. Flux is a nasty byproduct of many thaumic devices. If the amount in a single given chunk gets too high, a flux rift will form and inevitably cause bad things. Excuse me. There are many ways to avoid creating flux, but the main one is being careful with what you do. Don't try to make too much stuff in a crucible at once. Do it a bit at a time. Otherwise, you'll get a lot of Essentia spilling out into the crucible and into flux. It's usually a good idea to try to find the purest source of the Essentia that you need, or whatever's Essentia content is close to what you want to make. Ultimately, take caution with the crucible. There are other things farther down the line that will produce flux, so make sure to be careful, or use some of the flux removal methods available to compensate. Okay. Essentia doesn't mix in the crucible. Aspect combinations only come with play from the Essentia Centrifuge and specific research cards in base Thaumcraft 6. Now, we have basic clean solutions. It says keep it clean. Generally, it's a good idea to investigate different sources of Essentia when trying to make things in a crucible, so that you don't have tons of excess Essentia in the crucible. It can be a bit tough at times, so here's some fairly clean solutions for basic items. For Niter, 2 torches, 1 coal, and you'll get 2 Bestia excess. For the alchemical brass is 1 flint, which gives 5 Terra excess, and Thaumium, which is 1 arcane pedestal. You get 1 Terra and 3 AER or air excess. Okay. Okay, so since this is what we're working on, Mystical Fire, we're going to look at this. It says, Niter is an ever-burning flame which does no harm to the world, can heat a crucible, and comes in 16 different colors. To make Niter, you just need any sort of Niter and any sort of coloring. But we're going to make this in the crucible. So again, what we need is the glowstone and 10 of 3 Essentias. So for torch, we're going to go ahead and grab those. We do need some quartz, because you need quartz slivers. We're going to make a whole bunch of them. Now, if we were to just go over the torches and throw it in, nothing will happen, because right now there's nothing in the crucible. What we need first is a bucket. Then we need to take our reservoir off. We can also put glass away. We take our extra thermometer and put that away. Need to go fill this up. That works. So what we're going to do first, we got a nice little hole back here. We're going to empty 1 bucket's worth. That can go back into our slots, and then we use the bucket make sure that we go. Why am I doing it this way? Because I don't want to risk throwing my important item, the reservoir, into this crucible. But if I lose a bucket, it's just 3 iron, so it's not a big deal, right? So quartz liver was this quest right here. It says, not sieverts. Quartz slivers can be dunked into a crucible with at least 2 points of ascension to create a V crystal of that aspect. Extremely useful for cleaning up after a craft, so that you don't release a ton of flux. Now, do note that you still will release flux, but it will not be as much. Do need to get that mirrored glass. Base artifice is what we're needing for that one. Okay, but we're going to try to get our mystical fire going here. Now remember, in JEI, don't look at the crafting tab, you're looking at the crucible tab. So we're looking for Lux, Ignis, and Potentia. And it says, what was it? Here. Niter is 2 torches and 1 coal, with 2 Bestia axes. So that's 1 quartz sliver. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to take our bucket off. We're going to put our quartz slivers down. Take our food off, since we're not going to need that for the moment. And we need to grab a piece of coal. Just 1. And only 2 torches. So here's how it works. Oh, almost forgot. Most important part. 1 glowstone dust. Smaller crafts, such as what we're about to do here, do release no flux, just so you know. So Emperor was kind enough to tell me that. So you just why is it not going in? Oh wait, I think I know why. Discovering Oromancy, discovering Infusion. There we go. Enchanted Fabric, Thaumaturge Rose, Boots, Leggings. Because basically it takes the fabric to make the different pieces. There is no helmet, just so you know. Now, to discover Oromancy, you can visit the highest and lowest depths of the world. Now, those are pretty simple and self-explanatory to do. Since we're already down here, let's go ahead and go to Bedrock. It says you have visited deep dark depths and learned much. So now we're just going to go home, and then we're going to go ahead and just fly until it gives us the message. There, world spread out for your perspective has been broadened. Now we just glide back to our base and go on to the next step. There, it says, slowly but surely I am beginning to understand the nature of V. So much is still hidden to me, but I think that I know enough to begin molding it to my will. For this I'll need a tool, a very special tool. Let's get back inside my base real quick before I continue reading that. Okay. I stumbled upon some dusty scrolls penned by a long-dead thaumaturge. It describes how to craft wands that are used to store and channel V. The insights I have learned from the scrolls were useful, but the application seems so limiting. Why trap V in a wand when it is all around you? Even the wand itself seems impractical to me. If you need something to grasp and shape the aura, it should be something appropriate, something like a glove. Any old glove will not do. It needs to be a handcrafted from the finest leather and laced with V-conductive materials. Iron is a poor V-conductor, but it is all I have available to me at this time. Luckily, there will be no mucking about with magical woods and so forth to store the V, but I will need some way of channeling V directly from the aura. A V resonator, if you will also attach a stripped-down thermometer to a glove so that I can monitor the local aura. Lastly, I will place a receptacle on the back of the glove. The scrolls mentioned using special crystalline foci to channel the V from the wands. Their crystalline lattice shapes the V into different configurations to create all manner of useful effects. Brilliant, actually. It irks me that I did not think of it first. Fortunately, I have already thought of several ways to improve on the design of the shape of the glove. It lends itself on manipulating the flow of V much more than the old style wands could. So as we look, it says V resonator. Takes a nether quartz and some sort of an iron plate. It can be from any one of them. It also takes a little bit of essentia, or not essentia, the V crystals of aqua and air, and then use that along with your extra thermometer that you have to make the Arcane Caster's Gauntlet. Any old regular leather or fey leather will do. You need 4, 3 iron, extra thermometer, and the V resonator, which is right here. So let's go ahead and make that. Okay, so first we need iron plates. Okay, I don't have any, so we can just use iron ingots and make some. We only need the 1. And then we can just take out the other 5 because we'll need 3 more. And let's see what leather we have. Yeah, 13, so we need 4 of that. We don't currently need our scribing tools and paper or any of our curiosities. So we can clean up our inventory a little bit. Yeah, I did forget about that. Thanks. I'll correct myself in a moment. So basically what he was saying is the crucible needs to be boiling. Yes, the niter is supposed to do that, however, you first kind of have to get the water boiling in the first place. Luckily for us, we have plenty of flint and steel. We're just going to go ahead and do that for now. Okay, but as you can see, it starts bubbling. I guess it has to be lit a few times this way. Actually, let's go ahead and make it a little bit more interesting. Let's take a piece of netherrack. because that'll only keep it boiling for so much. With the netherrack, we can place that down here, and then light it on fire, and it will stay lit forever. At least until we get the niter underneath it. Okay. Now we can go ahead and put our flint and steel away. What was the other thing that we needed? Nether quartz. Just one piece. Okay. So as we go ahead and take these out for now. Now our V resonator is there. Is it showing? No, okay. And then Caster's Gauntlet, which is this guy right here. We have everything on us, we have enough V crystals, and we just made our Caster's Gauntlet. See, now it's boiling, and now we should be able to do what we were planning before. So, coal, 2 torches, glowstone, and a quartz sliver. Okay, the quartz sliver is not working. I put my other thermometer up here. So if you take a look, if you look in the upper left, you'll see that little bar. I'll have to move my Wayla tooltips to the right a little bit. But that bar is flux and taint. As you can see in this area, there's not much flux at all. It's low. Once that darker bar that's on the top of it gets 75% full of that bar, it starts breaking things in the world. It basically is called a tainticle. When you get that far in your book, it will start showing things of that nature in there. But now we can go ahead and place our niter, and it's perfectly safe. And I can't scan the netherrack. Okay. But as you see, we still have water here, so it's not terribly time consuming. Now the vanilla research, I'm just going to show you this one. Okay, as you can see, I can select a crucible, but I'm going to do it without it first. So I'm going to create a theory. You click on it and it says experimental fusion. By making assumptions of the result of infusing certain objects with essentia and then testing those results, valuable insight may be gained. You will learn much by combining Kalis essentia with iron ingot and then studying the result. You gain 15 in fusion. It'll take an iron ingot and a file of Kalis essentia. Both of them with the exclamation marks are consumed. If you look over here, it says synthesis. When essentia combines to form more complex forms, a number of interesting and intricate reactions take place. You will learn by combining permutatio essentia with instrumentum essentia and then studying the resulting combination. Gain 40 alchemy. There's also a chance you'll gain 1 inspiration. Now we don't have any of these on us, so we just have to scrap the theory. Now, when you get farther, if, say I used half of these light bulb inspirations, and then you have to scrap it, you lose all the progress that you got. So keep that in mind. When you select this, and it uses an inspiration, and you create a theory, it has a chance of, well, I can't do it here, but if you can get all the way through, it'll do better stuff. You can actually save the theory, and then it adds in your Thumicon book in order to progress things on. I got unlucky here, so I have to scrap the theory again, and I'm not ready for that. But as you see, it started using my paper. Now, the curiosities that you can buy in the shop help with that. Okay. But as you see, we now have the V resonator and the caster gauntlet checked off. And as we complete it, it changes. Discovering Oromancy. I've managed to put together a basic casting gauntlet, and I am quite pleased with the result. It's still a bit rough, but that is to be expected from a prototype. Even as a prototype, it will prove useful, allowing me to make delicate adjustments or alterations to thaumaturgical devices and safely manipulate them in all manners of ways. My initial experiments have shown that it is only available to draw V from a relatively small area around me, one chunk, so the same chunk. I should be careful not to deplete the aura. My main stumbling block now is that in its current state it is little more than a magical wrench. Until I crack the secret of crafting foci, its utility will be limited. The path before me is clear. Okay. Now basically at this point you're literally limited to attempting to do the research until you can get one full theory done. So that way you can get Golomancy and Artifice. But like I said before, if you go into the shop, you can buy the curiosities. And it says more likely to give Golomancy research and Artifice research. So we're going to go ahead and do those two things real quick. So now we're going to go ahead and create theories again. Now we can't do the file yet because we haven't learned that. We don't have too much load that we can give away, but it consumes it anyway. But see, this one will use 2 inspiration, but you'll get 15 to 30 progress in a completely random category, which is perfectly fine. And it shows you right over here. I could hide JEI, but it automatically shifts over, so I won't have to worry about that. But as you can see, it gives Eldritch and Fundamentals. But see, now the paper stays here, Scrap Theory is still here, and there's more papers. And I still have more inspirations, so you just keep going through. So basically you just go through and read and see. It says 1 inspiration and a new bonus draw, or 15 Oromancy and a bonus draw. We're going to go with this one, Rethink. You're basically trying to get through all of your theories at the top. Now do take note that this time I got 3. 5 experience levels, but gain Oromancy per level lost. It says, take a step back, reassess your findings, get rid of invalid conclusions, and proceed with fresh understanding. Lose 10 progress divided evenly between all current categories, but you regain an inspiration and a bonus draw. But we don't want that. It says, your total progress is split evenly amongst all currently revealed invalid categories. An additional category will gain the full bonus upon completion. So let's see, Spellbinding. Lose up to 5 experience levels, but gain 5 Oromancy per level lost. Gain 20 Oromancy. There is a chance you'll gain an Eldritch Knowledge and Warp. Let's go with that one. So we're just trying to get through this first set of researches. Reject Eldritch findings. You come to a realization that Eldritch is not vital to your current research. You will not gain any more progress in Eldritch or draw any cards related to that category, but your current progress will remain. We don't have an Inferium V crystal, so we can't do this one anyway. As much as we would like that, we're going to have to reject Eldritch for now. So Eldritch is going to stay there at 15. Rethink and spiritual focus. We'll take the Oromancy. 15 to 30 in a random category. 25 divided evenly among all categories and a bonus draw. Lose 10 progress divided evenly between all your current categories, but get an inspiration and a bonus draw. We don't want to lose any progress. We don't have the category that we want, because if we look, we have fundamentals and oromancy. We want artifice and golomancy. So we're going to go with experimentation. Got thaumic augmentation, so there we go. Let's see, celestial notes, lunar waning gibbous, and waxing crescent. So these we're going to have to start collecting. A yellow niter and a file. We can't do that one. So we're going to go with that one, but we got to go scan these celestial notes first. So this is where scanning the sky comes in. So we're going to go ahead and take our scribing tools out, wherever they go. Here they go. And paper. You don't have to have them on your hotbar, just keep them in your inventory. You're going to go outside, make sure it's nighttime. You can get up to a decently high location. Someplace where you don't have any obstructions, really. I know my base is in the way. You're going to take your thermometer out. Excuse me. Make sure you're facing in the dead direction. Scan the sky. Oh. Of course, it doesn't help when you're getting attacked by everything. Come on. There we go. There we go. Where was I? Okay, apparently I got it. Now, as you can see, we got stellar northern quadrant, stellar western quadrant, stellar southern quadrant, stellar eastern quadrant. One thing I did not get was the moon face itself. So we're just going to go ahead and throw these into our storage. Get rid of that, that, and that. And we got 4 quests. So we got our Niter, Mystical Fire. And we've also made our Caster's Gauntlet. Channel the power of the foci and activate an infusion altar along with some other uses. Okay. Focus on the problem. Bombcraft 6's foci are customizable spells based on modular components. There is so much potential with them. Each tier of focus has more complexity than the last, allowing for more insane spells. So a blank lesser focus is what it wants us to create. Vitreous, Precantatio, and Aurum, with an Ordo V crystal as the catalyst. Now we're not going to make that just yet, but know that it's there. What we do want to make first is the lens of truth. All-seeing eyes, goggles of revealing, will show certain useful bits of information for any thaumaturge, mainly essentia content, and how much essentia and infusion still needs to absorb. These are very important in Thaumcraft. So we want the Arcane Workbench, takes 2 brass ingots, 2 more thaumaturs, and 4 leathers, and a 50 V cost. But it doesn't use up any of the crystals, so that's good. I don't know if I have any brass, so let's take a look at that real quick. We do, we have 2. So that's all we need there. We need leather, 4. Perfect. And we need to make 2 more thaumaturs. So gold, pain, need 4 more, and 2 more pains. Okay. That should be everything that we need to make our goggles of revealing. So first, 2 of those. That'll make us 2 more thermometers. Okay, and then we want goggles of revealing, which is this guy. Why is it not crafting? And of course you can go over reading all this yourself, because as you can see there's a lot of things that you can go through on this. Just look for anything that you can complete. If you want to read the lore, you can. There's a few things that you'll need to. And of course you can always come back and reread any of it. All of it is important, so don't think just because I'm not reading it that you can skip it and be done with it. You do have to go back to it. Alchemical metallurgy and artifice. I'll get there. Don't stop blinking for me. I'll have to make some alchemical brass. Okay. Now we can make our barrier stones and paving stones of travel. I don't know why it's not letting me make the goggles of revealing now. Research, yes, research, research. Goggles of revealing does not. Okay, discovering artifice. That's why. I don't want to scrap this. All right, I guess I have to. All right, so what we're gonna do right now, after we claim this, I got a ball of fur. All right. Great wood planks we don't know how to make yet. And the V-resonate, we'll just make another one of those later. What we're going to do is we're going to go into here. We're going to bring up the curiosities. We need Golomancy. We're going to buy, let's do 2 of them for 8. We don't need Eldritch, Fusion, Alchemy, Artifice. We get another 2 of them here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to use them all. So we're going to start with Artifice first. And before we use the other one, we're going to do Research. We can't do the File of Visium, so we're going to have to do that one. 15 infusion progress and 1 bonus draw. Let's go for that one this time. Have to do that one. Have to do that one. Let's try the random category. Periphery. Have to do that one. Atomic Additions. We don't have either of those. We don't have either of, well, we have that one, but we don't have that one. So we'll just go for that one. So we can't do this one. We can do infusion progress and 1 bonus draw, or 25 progress evenly divided between categories and a bonus draw. So do we want infusion specifically? Yeah. Okay, we can't do reactions. Go for that one. Universal theories are always good. Measure. I have to do that one. Now see, I finally got through it all. It says complete theory. So there we go. Yeah, I realized that. Where did my book go? I lost my Akashic Tome. Aw, man. What happened to it? Ah. You just had it. Where was it? Did I seriously lose my entire Thaumonomicon? I didn't do the Tome of Sharing, though. Yeah, but I lost my entire Akashic Tome. Why can I not craft it? See, the problem is I can't craft another one. Oh, Jesus Christ. You're right. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and craft ourselves Salus Mundus. So I'm going to do it that way. What am I missing? Oh, good stuff. Okay. There we go. Okay. Crisis of somewhat averted. Alright, so this can come off our bar, this can come off our bar, this can actually come off our bar. That can go over there. Yeah, we're going to grab our curios. We're just going to get them all. We're going to leave the Eldritch ones for now. For a little bit. Let's try this again. We're looking for Artifice and Golemancy. Oh, but I haven't discovered it yet. I have to discover it before I can cut out the minigame entirely. Because as you can see, I haven't discovered Artifice yet. So if I were to go in here and look knowledge totals. Observation, Artifice. I'm at, it looks like 108. In Golemancy, I'm at 49. What missing research where? Here? There's nothing that I can have here. It just says stage 1 of 3. Oh, chemical metallurgy. Oh. Okay, so I have to make the alchemical brass, which takes 5 instrumentum from just about any tool and a copper. And that goes into my crucible. So, copper. And then things that give tool, instrumentum, potentia and metallum. So for potentia, ignis and ordo. Ignis, yeah, I know that the alchemical brass is in there. I was just looking for something else so that I could tell the viewers about. Basically what he's saying is in the quest, right over here, solid V, or not solid V. Basic clean solutions. Alchemical brass is 1 flint is 5 tera excess. So yeah, it's an easy way to get alchemical brass. So flint. There you go. Alchemical brass. Thaumium ingot. Takes potassium and tera. No, I knew that part was there. And Essentia smelting. We'll get into that later. Magic tallow. Takes 1 aegis and a rotten flesh. So rotten flesh. Wrestling yacht can go away. Torch, I guess. Nope. What was it? Coal that gives Ignis? It gives 10. Gotta have a lot of things left over. Oh, charcoal. 10, 67. Yeah, I guess that could work too. Basically what he was saying is you can take the Ignis V crystals themselves to toss it in for the alchemical reaction for tallow. So here we go. Now it needs gunpowder, ink sacs, and glowstones. It wants you to do these. We don't need to do the slime ball one. But basically it's a matter of finding what has these in it in whatever quantities, throwing in the component, and basically in this case the crucible will double it. So you use 1 ink sac to get 2. Glow dust, glowstone dust, ink slimes, or slime sacks, gunpowder. This is all doubling for this right here. This is turning rotten flesh into leather. It's basically all transformation stuff. And somewhat item duplication as far as Thom can do it. For thaumium ingots, Precantatio, structured magic spells and enchantments, and earth. So if we look, oops, if we pull up dirt, that gives us the 5 tera. So right there, that's beautiful. Now we got to figure out what gives us Precantatio. Can't pronounce the dang thing. There. Air and potentia. So basically you just look through the item stacks 1 through 9 of pages worth, and you can see, you know, what gives air. There's a good use for the records. But they give way too much of other resources too. For the most part, it's a guessing game. There are easy ways to figure it out later, or if you just know what you're doing. I unfortunately do not. Punji sticks would be worth it. And of course, there's just the straight ARV crystals. But we'll need 2 of them. Right? Oh, we need a total of 5. Okay, so we'll need 5 air and then 5 potentia. 5 potentia is 5 ignis and ordo. So first let's get our air. We need 3 more. 1, 2, 3. Need 5 ordo. And we need 5 ignis. I know, I'm not doing it. Crystallized now. You need to open that central node in the alchemy tab to do it for some weird reason. If you want to be lazy with this stage, just drop the item, then another copy. Okay, so back in the alchemy node. Basic alchemy. Or no. Sensuous smelting. I need a Perditio V crystal and a Terra V crystal. Now the V crystal I know I can get from quartz slivers and a piece of dirt. Perditio is Fluctus. It's Tenebrae. No, it's a black one. There we go. Entropy, chaos, destruction. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? Why is V salt up there way visible? Oh, it's because I turned on the land play, I guess. No? Maybe not. I'm not trying to mix Essentias. I'm trying to figure out what gives me Perditio. Ah, TNT. That gives way too much, though. uh, silver dust gets some. Lead dust. Iron dust. Tin. Yes, I know my bench has crystals. I'm using those for crafting, though. I'm trying not to take out of there because I have plenty of extras. But it doesn't have Precantatio. Oh, it does have Perditio. I'm stupid. Which means that I have extra Perditio crystals here. Wait, do I not? What? Is that seriously all the Perditio I have? 75. I need the air, I don't need the ortho, and I don't need the Ignis. I need these two. Oh, brother. Yeah, I know that part. And primals. I forgot that Perditio was the primal one. But I thought I had more in my inventory than I did. Do I happen to have any in my others? I got some crystals here. Oh, look at that. A whole bunch of Perditio. There. So I need Perditio and Terra for Ordo, Aqua, and Ignis. Ordo, Aqua, and Ignis. There. Oh, Terra. Oh boy. Now here's the follow-on stuff. Okay. And for this, I needed Precantatio and Terra. I'm trying to remember what it was that was making Precantatio. Air and Potentia. But they don't mix. Do I have any opals? I've got 38 opals. And that gives me 4, so it means I need a whole bunch of quartz slivers. But that would be bad. Pricatatio? No. Oh. Ay, 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 ay. Essentia doesn't mix the crucible. Aspect combinations come into play with the Essentia Centrifuge and specific research cards in base thumb. Ordo plus Ignis does not equal Potentia. Chemical brass and thaumium are useful materials for any thaumaturge experience or novice. They have many applications. Okay. Ah. Buttons. Pressure plates. Mandrake seeds. Belladonna seeds. It doesn't have it there. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm such a boob. One arcane pedestal. How did I miss that? Okay. So for this I need arcane stone slabs, 6 of them, and 1 arcane stone. Alright, let's go ahead and make 2 of them. Nope. Get 1 set of slabs. Hey. Okay, so slabs, slabs, and block. Okay, why isn't that making it? Oh, wait, never mind. Haha. It's gotta be done in here. There we go. Much better. Now what's the catalyst for thaumium again? Iron. Right? Yeah. There we go. Oh my god, that was such a... It's like pulling teeth. I gotta get better at remembering what quest I read. Okay. Now it wants me to do the molten magic. Cook up some primordial soup. And thaumic ore processing. Tecma, getting more from yours is always nice, and Thaumcrest is a nice way to do it. Native clusters can be smelted into ingots. Might be possible to blend other methods of ore processing with this one. Okay. Okay. So let's go back to the book. Complete that. For now, my studies are complete, but who knows what other wondrous discoveries I'll make in the future. Now it's just give me recipes for tools and blocks. Okay. Now, under fundamentals, that's complete. Now we have artifice. Now we can make the arrows of revealing. So let's do goggles, fill it, and make it. Okay. +1 speed, +1 armor. Menacing is +8% attack damage. I want to keep my backpack and that, and that, and that, so +1% speed goes bye-bye. Okay. There we go. Okay. Can I do this part yet? No. But those can stay there. Alright, so next in the book is Discovering Golomancy. We have to study an animated construct. It says, this book has taught me many things: how to manipulate matter and magic on a fundamental level, how to imbue objects with magical properties, and even how to draw magic from the very air around me. Still some things elude me. There are some very basic but amazing magical things almost anyone can do. Just stacking a few blocks together in the right pattern will cause them to transform into semi-sentient animated golems. How is this possible? What would even happen? Is this aura somehow possible for this? I should study this phenomenon more closely. Now, I remember correctly, there is an easy way to do that by creating a snowman. Do you want to build a snowman? Yeah, snow golem or iron golem. This guy right here. Hey, you can make a snow golem pet. Cool. Actually, I wonder. Nope. Living anvil does not work. It was worth a shot. Alright, so now I gotta remember how to make the snow golem. What'd I do now? No, I was just looking for the pattern to see what it was that it takes to make the snow golem construct, not the snow golem pet. Because by that token, scanning the living anvil should have worked as well. Speaking of, smoking block. There is no quest in here for the snow golem. Of course, we get all these darn things updated. Waiting for those to go away. Okay. Oh, it's a block, that's why. Okay. Smoking block, go away. Let's go outside here. There we go. Okay. Oh, there it goes. Okay, and all of our fundamentals are researched for now. I forgot how to make the snow blocks, which was the problem. Oh boy. I'm just having all sorts of a time, aren't I? Alrighty then. So, according to this, I've done everything here. According to the quest line, the next two things is the ore duplication here, time-space noodle, which we're not getting into just quite yet. Am I still sane? Sanity checker. Which I need to make the mirrored glass for, which it's not letting me yet. I need basic artifice. Don't I have that? Oh. There we go. Aha. Moving right along. Okay. Wait, what's that? Hopper into what? Oh, shulker box. Haven't been to the end yet. Infernal furnace. Haven't done that yet. Stomach diapora. Okay. An arcane pattern crafter. And redstone torch. Okay. Redstone relays. Arcane ear. Sensors react to things in the world, and it sounds a good place to start. note block, and a VE power generator, redstone block, piston, and I need a theory of fundamentals. Did you open the central bubble in the artifice tab yet? Go do it. There's 3 different typs of item related tasks. Craft, which is marked with the hammer icon, and also the other main one is consume, which is marked with 3 cubes. Just watch out for specific research so you don't eat your precious items. Okay, so I'm under my artifice. I have that now, which means what does that mean? Oh, yes, I can make the sanity checker now. All I need is 2 zombie brains and 3 breast nuggets. So 2 zombie brains and brass. Okay. Let's go ahead and make this. Why is that letting me do that now? Is that research related again? Order on pretty sure. Yeah? I made the mirrored glass. What am I doing wrong? What's warp research? Oh, it actually wants me to craft the darn things. That's a lot of clusters. Always check research requirements on recipes when this sort of thing pops up. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to create the sanity checker. It's not here. Hover over the barrier icon and the recipe listed in. Ah, that's where it tells me what I'm missing. Okay, so I am missing warp. So now how do I get warp? It's probably just going and doing research at the table again, right? Or is it possible to get from shop? It's not one of the curiosities, is it? Colomancy, Oromancy, Infusion, Alchemy, Artifice. That's the Eldritch. Okay. So now Eldritch can come out. There we go. Aha! Sanity checker. Moving right along. Purifying bath salts. No sanity. Sanitizing bath salts will convert water. They are dropped into purifying fluid, which will apply the warp ward effect for an amount of time based on your level of warp. More warp equal less time. Be careful. If you miss the water and forget, salts will likely be gone as they have a very short despawn time. I wonder if there's a way around that problem and the time it takes to convert the water. Okay, so Salus Mundus into a crucible with all this stuff. Air, Ordo Victus, and Cognito. Okay, so we'll circle back to that one. We need a workbench charger research. I don't know how to get that one. We can use hemp for this, can't we? No, just string and wool. Okay, that's easy enough to make though. Various research in the thumb. Some research table cards, Eldritch curiosities. I would not advise you doing the salts as of yet. Wait to have a better way of doing crucible. Yeah, I kind of got that because of the whole you might miss it with the short despawn timer thing. So we're going to move on to the Molten Magic up here. Essential Smeltery. Standard Essential Smeltery has a 20% flux loss chance. Break down items into essentia, similarly how a crucible does, only the smelter produces essentia is much more useful. However, it is not a perfect process, and essentia is lost, covered in flux, which leaks into the aura. So we need 2 brass plates, cobblestone, furnace, and a crucible. So we need to make another crucible. So, cauldron. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so there's a cauldron. Place it down. Salus Mundus. That can come up. Oh, that's a cute little neato thing in the upper left, the sanity checker. It's not a bauble either. So that'll just go into my storage. And the crucible goes up in here. So, basic essentia smeltery. We need cobble, furnace, and brass. Probably going to need to make more brass. One, two, three, four, five. And brass. Now, in order to make the brass plates, you need 3 brass ingots. Which takes zinc ingots and copper. So do I have zinc? I have 3. How do I have 3? What makes zinc? Chemical brass that spawns gets instantly converted into TR brass. Sphalerite dust is the key to zinc and tetraborn. Sphalerite. Do I have any? Can't spell the damn stuff. Sphalerite ores from the nether. So I actually should have a bunch of those now. Yeah, there we go. Now can these be ore duplicated? I wonder. Let's try it out. Nope. Okay, so it can be crushed, which gives 2 dust. Pulverized, which gives 4 dust and zinc. Washing gives liquid meat. Grinding gives dust. Painting. Sag mill, which gives netherrack, zinc dust, and spheroid dust. So I want to go up to my sag mill. Okay. Oh, look, I got pulverized tin I can pull out. I will probably have to make some zinc seeds then. Even though I probably don't really want to. Yeah, I saw that, but I don't have an industrial electrolyzer built. I suppose I can try to get that built. Oh, I gotta get more reinforced iron. Haha. That I can do at least. Iron plates. Let's get a couple of them. Like, can't I just buy those from the shop? Nope. I was wrong. Okay. So basic machine frame. Okay, so I need the tree taps built.
Oh, is that what you want? You have not been good to me.
Okay,
Okay.
that's 8 of them. So I need to make 2 extractors. Now what do I do for that Tech Reborn chip? I need insulated copper cables, which is plastic. Okay.
Come on.
Ah.
Come on.
Okay. I have to make a second one. Okay, now I got 2 of them. So now all I need is the 2 sides in the center. So I need another basic machine frame first. And then I need advanced alloy plates and carbon plates. So I need the advanced alloy ingots. Mixed metal ingots, which is refined ingots, bronze, and tin. Okay, that should do that. Okay, that's 8. So I need a compressor now. They're in a plastic. Lovely. Okay, well that's working. Back into here, and what do I need for the carbon plates? Carbon mesh and a compressor. Carbon fibers, which is pulverized coal. Let's go with 10. Which is going to go in here after those guys. Alright. Like I said, I was hoping not to have to create 1,000,001 machines to do this, but if I need the resources so that I can do some of it, I kind of have to, I guess. I probably could just create a whole bunch of brass regularly. Or does it have to be the alchemical brass? So wait a minute. If I were to just make regular brass ingots in an alloy smelter, not an alloy smelter, copper and zinc. Okay, I still would have need zinc anyways. I guess I found that brass by looting something earlier. Okay. One more. At least I have this set up for later now. That's the important thing, right? Do I seriously not have any lapis? It's a way to get lapis, right? Oh boy, and I have a bunch of lapis here. Yeesh. Gotta love multiple inventories, right? This will at least get me plenty of lapis. Tide me over for a while. Okay, got the industrial electrolyzer. Now I just gotta go set it up somewhere. This one I'm gonna put all the way up here. Okay. There we go. So that'll get us a bunch of zinc and ready to move on. And I think after this next part, getting a few zinc, I will, for the time being, call it a stream and pick up probably tomorrow night with doing more. Thaumcraft Part 1, getting started, is a nuisance. Out of curiosity, real quick, is my Digiminer still running? Does not look like it. I'll take a quick trip to the Nether and start that back up. Let's grab this out of here. Wait till these last two finish. Alright. So sulfur can go away. And zinc has to get smelted. Okay. So we got a good bit of progression into Thom. Many believe man was not meant to meddle with magic. Nothing gives more credence to this than the existence of warp. Researching forbidden magics or crafting objects of a questionable nature tends to distort a thaumaturge's view of reality, twisting both their mind and the body. This effect is called warp. While some warp gained is temporary and will fade over time, there is no way to get rid of permanent warp once it is gained, and a thaumaturge used to ignore the dangers in the pursuit of this power often finds himself on a slippery slope. Warp usually manifests itself as minor lapses in concentration, physical pain, or hallucinations. These are more than merely mental, though, as divisions sometimes impart useful knowledge, or seemingly hallucinations that prove to be frighteningly real. I should monitor my mental well-being, kill at any moment. But we will pick up making the Essentia Smeltery. I might do this hedge alchemy off camera to do the gunpowder, ink sacs, and glowstones. I don't know why it's already given me the slime balls, but I'm not going to complain. We will come back to Artifice, make a note block. I don't have shulkers yet, so I can't do that. Can't do that yet. And Golomancy, I can't do that yet. Uh, Liquid Crystal, Water Bucket, Salty Viz. I probably have a cake somewhere. Yep, see, I have one. Now why isn't it giving me that? Oh, I gotta craft the cake. I have to do that through infusion crafting. Or I can just do it this way. What's this? Milk cans. I'll do that later. When clues were true, channeling V into 9 crystals. Here to show us similar to a crystal placed crystal clusters the parents used before. So 9 of any sort of V crystal creates the cluster.
At some point, you need to let me.
So what do the clusters do?
Just say something. You better go get it. Go get it. Go get it.
Stuff. I'm sure I'll figure it out later. Alright. Totemancy, Crystal Bore, Flux Concentrator, Fabric of Disenchantment. For that I need a Permutatio V and more fundamental theories. Okay, so it's that one. Apocrypha. I need a Demonic Will and a Sacrificial Dagger. And a few things here. A V generator. I need Silverwood leaves. Item grate. Trapdoor and iron bars. And a Thaumium caster's gauntlets. I need a Thaumium plate, a V resonator, and an enchanted fabric. So I'll have to work on that. And then periphery. Pauldron of repulsion. Type of armor. Okay then. So I know there's one more in fundamentals that gets revealed, which is the taint, when I get too much bad flux in the air. I need to make a blank lesser focus eventually. That'll get me started with Oromancy. But I mostly want to get this alchemy going, because once I get this hedge alchemy, which this is not difficult, what I want is this ever full urn. And I will explain that next stream when I get that far. For now, I'm going to deposit my Tome of Knowledge Experience.
Do you want to try to wear my moon cap?
And I'm going to grab some food out of my bag.
I know where I did a mistake. I don't want to wear a mistake.
Not. I'll do Jaffa cakes. And I'm now at 73 health, so that's kind of nice too. So I think for now, folks, I didn't get to work on my mech reactor today because I've got to make a whole bunch of these reactor glasses, ports, frames, and the controller, plus laser amplifier and some lasers. I don't need the quartz sliver. I don't know why that was there. I got my solar neutron reactors, or activators, so I don't need that anymore. I'll need another pink slime, which I can grab from outside. And that'll eventually get me my second material stoneworks factory. But I'm already making tritium and deuterium. I just need to make DT fuel by combining them in a chemical infuser. Speaking of which, let's go check on how my tritium is producing up top. Because I'm definitely going to have to build the 2 thermal evaporation towers to keep my production going. Because while this is a viable method, it will not keep a mech reactor sustained, unfortunately. So that's full, and that's full. So let's go ahead and grab our ultimate gas tanks that we got here, along with 1 ender gas conduit, or 2 gas conduits. So first, I'm going to put both of these right here. And then we're going to start putting these.
I know. Struggle is real.
There, all 5.
Crap.
Now they just have to go output upwards.
Boy. I need to get my coffee. Okay, you got 20 minutes. I need to go.
These have to both be set to extract, always active. And this one as
Mom.
insert only. And let's make sure that these are all set.
I want you to come here.
And this one is going to be output on the front. Make sure auto eject is always on. Okay. And the top one's starting to fill. Okay. I will have to get some upgrades for these fluid pumps, speed upgrades, and energy upgrades. Wait, I did make those, didn't I? Yeah, 64 of them. Energy I should have had also. Yep. Let's grab those out in a minute. Had I had these loaded in, I probably would have been maxed out on my deuterium already. Okay.
Okay, I'm here. What? I want to show you. I got a tat. How I make the coffee with this cup. Okay. Come here.
And that's 2 down.
Oh, God. It's fine. Told you they live in here.
Okay.
You see, you do this
4
one.
down.
Uh-huh. You do it twice. Oh, okay. That's cool, buddy.
Okay, now they're all filled. And I got the biggest fluid tank that I can, feeding into here as fast as possible. And I will need more speed and energy upgrades for this machine. So let's create 8 more. Really, I need glass. I'll deal with that later. Can these get upgraded at all? Yes, they can. Just with speed. Chemical oxidizers, just with speed and energy. And muffling. And then that can't be upgraded, and neither can that. Alright, folks. And at this time, I am going to call it a stream.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
Alright,
Oh,
so let's go ahead and put this up here with the rest of my foodstuffs. And we will continue Thaumcraft next stream. Have a nice night, everybody.